Hello. What was that voice crack? Ah! I am here. We're gonna play Ace Attorney. I don't know how much long we have in this game, but surely we're at the end, right? Right? I hope. I hope. I'm gonna keep on playing until we get to the end. Because I love this game, and I'm also sick of this game. It's a very complex relationship. Love-hate relationship. It's fine. Wait. Did I fucking imagine that? I thought I heard my stinger sound, but I had it hooked up to the wrong monitor. Did I just hallucinate that sound? Whatever. Whatever. Or part 2 of the trial. Surely it is not part 3. Right? 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 I'm gonna scream in Nate's DMs at the end of this case, I swear to God. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, yet some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at his heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. That's right! They were talking about an assassination exchange! Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve. Yes, that's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asuki permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years have all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma's bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into a very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Beric von Zeeks. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well, then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asuki, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jikoku into the courtroom. At last, then, we've reached a final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for the steely resolve, because this is gonna test its limits. Hi. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. It was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena? I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day where you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I'm of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also plays a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself. And now, I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to jump to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this. And I'm sorry to say, I declined to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. What's your evidence, then? What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? That would be the telegram, right?
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing the communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contains 4 names. K. Asoki, A. Shin, P. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follow a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the name of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. But her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill for Great Britain. Haitian and her victim Jay Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was a counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asuki, whose victim was British Police Inspector Tobias Gregson. K. Asuki and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jikoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jikoku? What's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accept the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jikoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jikoku was the mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoided saying a name? The defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jikoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin across the SS Cruise. Judge Jikoku, you have to testify now. To refuse will put you in contempt of court. I have a cat on my head. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. What do you mean by a parting gift? It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear. About the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night on 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. It's true that Kazuma Asuki was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. So you admit it then, as his communication suggests. There really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. You use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard! Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Asuki had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma-sama? Judge Jikoku, if you're the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obligated to divulge the information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard the steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he had been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barrick von Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think this is a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such... Machiavellian? What the fuck? Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge, such as the witness, could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall there was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Where the fuck do I begin? Hang on. Please tell me you actually tell me the reason why. Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin? He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire, it was his whole purpose in life. Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into the studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer, it was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on the study tour to Britain. And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asugi. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Atsuki. But why? Why was Inspector Gregson the target? I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I am in no position to question them. You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you? Judge Shikoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time. The defense really ought to catch up. With what? With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asuki. Hold it! I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January. Where the motherfucker died. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body has somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all. But he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because That black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asuke's replacement. And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. My hands were completely tied. So Mr. Shulman's strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned. But I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details related to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I have no connection to the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea. The problem is they never gave me proof of him stuffing the little speaker. What do you people want from me? I'm getting pinged everywhere and I do not appreciate it. Wait. I need to get new glasses though, because I'm pretty sure part of the reason why my eyes keep on looking like they're closed is that. I apologize. Okay, so I mean this.
Objection.
Yeah. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jikoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. Where did you get this? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquitted yesterday, if you remember. Acquainted. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Greece were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts? And during the 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jikoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection.
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel? Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jikoku's cabin that night, I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jikoku's cabin on the 31st October?
Take that!
Judge Jikoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jikoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jikoku. Look at those eyes. Well, you're rather sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather, like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jikoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I had known it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world of your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge that he was there, I presume? Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. And a guest waited for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an ipponseo throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It was nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. London. Ipponseo? A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo? I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin is in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. My man just slammed right into that wall. I have no doubt that the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Shikoku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on cross-examination. I think we do, though. Just saying. Sorry, my lord, the defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Proceed. Proceed! Hang on. Don't mind me. I'm not multitasking, you're multitasking.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson? Yes. Though at the time, I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. You know what? Fair enough. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose. That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointed in my direction. but I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake around so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man has never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun? That was a very brave move, wasn't it? Ha 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 ha! My Iponseo is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Hmm? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out using a quick Iponseo throw.
Hold it!
Shit, what do I even say? But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, Stripling. Stripling? What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have gotten back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at the same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off the ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Oh, well, yes, that's true, but all passenger luggage is inspected when it's unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard a ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. Wait, do I have any evidence? We can't use that as evidence, though. We can't use that as evidence because it would have been shoot. Was there nothing about this gun? Okay, there's something about this gun. This could have been Jikoku's gun for all we know. It could have been his gun. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. That's killed the idea then. But perhaps not. Mrs. Otto? We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them. Which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm gonna have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objections. State your amended testimony now. What kind of a mention are you doing? And should I be concerned of this, by any stretch of the means? I'm still not multitasking. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to the... There's an idea. Think about it, Stripling. All passengers and crews disembark at the same time and pass through the same checks as at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the Mystery. And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel. So you did! Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? What? No! So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Funny you should say that. Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, of course. The fence has been unusually quiet, I noticed. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. So that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say, Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we? I want to watch Zora come busting on getting ads for jeans. I hate it here. Get jeans, the nerd. Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Freshness Street. If he really was killed in Judge Chikoku's cabin, body would have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border. That would be impossible for the majority of people. There must have been special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit. What the fuck do you mean by special? Huh? Wait, did I fucking miss something? Did I fucking miss something? Hello? No, why? Oh, fucking no, I'm looking at the sword. I wonder what happens if I tuck this right now. This is about Clint. This is case. That's Mimi. Well, the problem is I have to prove that his case wasn't searched, right? Like, it would have been skipped. But how? I am so confused. What happens if I present the picture? It's gonna say no. Shit.
Objection.
Oh, wait, what? There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say. I would say the opposite is true. And what is that supposed to mean? Apart from being impossible for you to do, the transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you can do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jikoku... Excuse me! Mr. Jikoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Well, took a rather long time, must say. I'm very envious of your mistress. I completely forgot that he said that. Hey, there's a case. I presume you recall this, Judge Chikoku. I'm gonna lurk and cause problems. I must bleed and make video games. Alright, enjoy the lurk, buddy. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago now, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Ikoku's trunk. Order, order, order in the court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the large travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fit inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jikoku? But inside his trunk? How horrifying! And after we've spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street. Taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense! Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She acknowledged that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's the onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Why is the English language such a stupid thing? I ask this a lot. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble speaking English right now. Refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far in between. Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Cruise is of no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jikoku? I have a worm. Anyways. How much you prolong this debate, you can't. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. Holy shit! All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asaki and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Jikoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Baron von Zeke shot the victim point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. Stripling? Is it stripling or stripling? English is stupid. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of excuse me? What the fuck do you mean, Ryunosuke? Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. Is it this one? No? Would it be the picture? A photograph of the victim in the very location you claimed he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is, the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson has been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal. But then it wouldn't be instant now, would it? You loser.
Objection.
I'm not multitasking. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jikoku, but it's your logic that's flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting the inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. You're quite right. The shape of the body, it looks exactly as if it has been kept in a confined space. But then what about the blood pooling? What about the blood pooling? Judge Shikoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Present my trunk? I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, Judge Jikoku, there's blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in the trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Show us the trunk. Show us the trunk. Order! Order in the court! Well, Mr. Jikoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asuki? I'm gonna sneeze. That was a really... what the... I lagged there. What? Very well. I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You... Dear God. Outrageous! So it was you! You admit Gregson... No! I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly had no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted detention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it! If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was only one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Hi, Nate. I can freaking hear him cackling in the distance as I'm playing this. That's right, who else could have it been? It's you, Kazuma Asuki. Don't you fucking cat smile at me. I never thought you stooped to this, Seishiro Jikoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asugi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin, you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young strip? Is it stripling or stripling? Someone fucking please tell me. I beg you. I'm having a conniption here, yo. You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense, what is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asuki. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jikoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Oh, bitch, you think I fucking know? Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jikoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asuki is... impossible. Stripling. It is stripling, not stripling. Thank you. Judge Jikoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something else here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asuki to commit the crime. What? I love the music. The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. You fucking think I have evidence? You're funny. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility Prosecutor Asuki's involved? You think I know what the fuck I'm doing?
Take that!
I'm sorry! You're making the evidence weep here, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Why'd you have to stop the music when it was in the wrong single one. Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. They're not playthings you can toss around the court for entertainment. Well, you didn't have to stop the music! You're about to make me weep, Mr. Naruto? Oh no, I can't upset Suzato-san or end up being upset too. No member of the crew was on sentry duty outside the first class cabin nearly all the time. So as long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without it being heard. And that very much narrows down to when the crime could have been committed. The defense police eternal. Do I have to represent it? What's the point of me doing that, though? Hello? I guess?
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grus, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does this prove anything? Yeah, that's what I would like to know. Judge Jikoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. That tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could have only been committed by somebody who was aboard the ship at the time. But Prosecutor Azuki stated in yesterday's proceedings, you mean the proceedings that I didn't remember and that's why I started panicking? Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Azuki couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Oh, stop slamming your hand, buddy. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish up. No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the events rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night on the boarding house in, I really need to stop. I need to stop multitasking when I'm doing this. Jesus fucking Christ. Give me a second. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No, There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or governor, minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer, as a common man. Please don't break. Please do not break the witness stand. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body into the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro Jikoku. It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Oh shit, is he gonna break it? Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Wait, why did it float up like that? It's over. My life is over. So, can we talk about how the witness stand just ascended into the sky? You know what we just say? Ascended? A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asagi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Cosmo's place. And that left me with only one other option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there is but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival to Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. So, that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper! I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door. So I left it at that for that time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion. So I bide my time waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I'd intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. I'd received a British-issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary at a visiting student. I never imagined I had to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Bruce. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there had already answered that question. There was no way I could have take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the cruisemen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took a hackneyed carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. It's Venus, of course. I I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replace a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece on his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise. Their hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. I only arrived at the room at around 5:15, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 50 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into your trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? Well, I imagine it was a bag of fish and chips. Wait. What does that have to do anything with this? I didn't notice it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back in his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seemed the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the oh, that's right. Anyways, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respectful police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jikoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us! Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us is admitted to the lawful murder of Tobias Gregson. Seishiro Jikoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Moments ago, Mr. Jikoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, wonderful! Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey, and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Baron von Zeeks.
Objection.
Yeah, that's what I expected. Of course it's not gonna be over, because you suck. The prosecution calls for the adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it will be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Judge Jikoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Baron von Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear that you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jikoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into the sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but what I want to know is who coerced Jikoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby firmly accuses the man in the dock, Baron von Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. Order! 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 The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. I'm still pretty sure it's you, Strongheart. Are you suggesting you have some new information to which to build a case? Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord von Zeeks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? This is the last episode of the second game. Yes, it is! I want to be free of this madness. It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jikoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say, I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to wanting to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord von Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Cosmo's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord von Zeeks unwillingly started 10 years ago. Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for the witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement that he has with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Of course you'd like to fire back up. You know, I said the same thing when I beat both games, but I missed so much. Even watching you play makes me want to download it again. Ah! Where'd you get that cup? Why are you putting... Wait. Hold on. Wait, there's so many things happening. I just realized. Why is the witness stand back? Didn't Jikoku just break it? Why is it back? Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify this vile and unremitting accusation. This has soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Von Zeeks! I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of the implied guilt that's gone with it. Spare? What do you mean a spare? So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Von Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. No, seriously, where the fuck did y'all get a fucking spare stand? What is wrong with you? And what's his defense? The defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Cosmos is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever he might arise. As a lawyer and as his friend. Then that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well, defendant. You will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. I have a very bad feeling. I couldn't tell you why. I have a very bad... I should go get my medicine. But whatever. I've never taken the life of another. Nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution? Both that you and that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you mastermind the assassination exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you this. Why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter, counsel for defense. Proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you've convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. I never knew how to pronounce the main character's full name. I just call him Ryu only. That's a fair point. Unfortunately, I have been so obsessed with anime, video games, Japanese, to the point where I'm like, I have a good understanding of how it should be pronounced. That doesn't mean I get it right all the time, though. There's definitely a few times where I've messed up on the Japanese names. Quite a lot. Wait, so hold on. I don't actually know what the link is to him and Wilson. But yeah, no, I've just heard how Japanese pronounce certain words over and over. I've tried to learn a little bit, that I have a basic understanding of how it should be pronounced. again, doesn't really... Oh, wait. No, this only proves you and Gregson. Doesn't prove Wilson. Is it the other autopsy report? It is. Yes.
Objection.
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint von Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? The autopsy report of the professor's final victim is an indelible excuse me? Never mind Japanese. Can we talk about some of these English goddamn words, please? I'm gonna cry. Wish I could be of help, but I haven't played this game in 2 years, so my memory's hazy. Also, I just got here and I'm not that smart. You're fine. Not that cursed name again, the professor. I've personally researched all of the court records related to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's soul. And for the member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be the autopsy. Someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Oh my God, Inspector Gregson. Words. English is stupid, and you're stupid. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. Do we actually finally figure out what's inside of his body? It was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proves Genshin Aosuke was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he busted all the remaining straits to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Von Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? I'm gonna be real. I'm pretty sure the reason why I keep on like slipping up on words right now is on the pure fact that like my jaw still needs to be messed with, and I'm pretty sure like it's offset just enough that it makes it really hard for me to say words. I'm actually getting really annoyed by it. When it comes to Ace Attorney games, I literally had to play start to finish in one go, otherwise I will forget something and lose. The inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain. Using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Order! Order at once! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it, which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma! You know this won't wash! You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence. There's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jikoku. My true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I had already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we were waiting for my supposed mark in Jikoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. No! 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 I have to see Gregson's last moments! No! Don't worry, a lot of these words are already too big for Elmo, so you don't have to explain. You already pronounced them correctly, and I can't. I don't want to hit the button. I don't want to hit the button. I don't want to hit the button. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I'm still trying to get over. I'm still trying to figure out what Gregson's doing, man. I don't believe him to be like trying to go out and kill people for the Reaper. I refuse to believe this. I don't fucking care what anyone says. How the fuck did I not get spoiled by this, but I got spoiled by Gregson's death? Can someone please explain that to me? I don't want to hit the button. I don't want to hit the button. Can I just be more distracted, please? Pretty, please. Surely we don't need to continue this game. If I don't move from this screen, Gregson's still alive. That's how it goes, and that's how it's going to be. I don't want to move from the screen. The game's stupid anyways. Right. Let's see. You're Aosagi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admitted then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated? It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders. What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. Got spoiled on his death? I'm so sorry someone spoiled such a critical part of the second game. So it wasn't someone. I used to do the Great Ace Attorney. I used to do a Let's Play of it when it was just a fan's translation. And I played the game first as a fan's translation. Then when this game came out, I tried to do a Let's Play on it. And for me to get certain pictures, I went to go to the Wikipedia. The Wikipedia has spoiled me on 4 things. Gregson's death, what happened to Gina Lestrade in the second game, what happened to Soseki in the second game, and Kazuma. About him not being dead and being a prosecutor. That is the only things I got spoiled on because the Wikipedia said it in the first goddamn paragraph instead of a spoiler log. That's literally the only things I've been spoiled on. I don't know any context of any of those 4 items, which is good, and that's why I'm really scared. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. The results of Clint Von Zeke's autopsy was fabricated. Then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Baron Von Zeeks. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly, and as it was established earlier, it had to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jikoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in the courtroom today, Baron Von Zeeks. But you know, that gives me further proof that it's Strongheart, because Strongheart was supposed to be the fucking prosecution in there. Also, I'm not gonna lie, this is giving me like heavy Apollo Justice feels. Because this is reminding me of the very first case of Apollo Justice. Kazuma Azuki. What? What you just told the court? Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? Heard it with my own ears. A shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? What? Lord Von Zeeks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to 1. If Lord Von Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You! I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... Iris!
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Male Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor trial. Word. Hard. But he only took the case after his brother, Lord Clint Von Zeeks, has been killed. I can only assume this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Von Zeeks? 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was near death for the way you stood aside me and let me handle the trial. But I see now, I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jukoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. But I'm the defense lawyer, sir. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself. You claim that there is some wrongdoing with Lord Clint von Zeke's autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where's your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now. Unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Oh, Madam Faye! Order! Order in the court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events 10 years ago. You funny. So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business racking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeke's autopsy. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection.
Zato might murder me. I'm just saying. Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me. Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. This person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Von Zeeks is... Iris!
Take that!
Heavens help us. Another Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugen Mikotoba, 16 years ago. He came to London with Seishiro Jukoku and Genshin Asugi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happens in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense demand is denied. What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Stronger has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too considerate about protecting himself. Professor Asuki, let me refresh your memory as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need the witness's testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asagi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Oh, why would you say that? Why are you like this? How could you be like this? Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Justice Judge Seiichiro Jikoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection.
But we all know what will happen. They'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Professor Asagi, you will be remanded following the proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asagi. Oh, he's angry. He's so angry. I know that hand be burning whenever they bang the desk on when they bang on that desk like that. Oh shit! Hang on. What did you just say? I was not paying attention. Hold on. 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 Hi, Mr. Sholmes? Hang on. What the fuck did you just say, Strongheart? This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection.
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seiichiro Jikoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Male Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. Ah! I put it to you, my dear fellows. Should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? Holy shit, I said that word right. Order! Order in the court! It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices, a door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no right to express an opinion on the court proceedings. Silence! He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly say he doesn't sense the same? What? The trial should go on! Summon a witness! That's right. We need to clear this up before the young Japanese fellow is remanded in custody. No, don't show me that face. I'm gonna cry! My lord, you assured the present here you would have come to whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Testify! 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 Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. Testify! Testify! The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikatoba's a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikatoba is here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this. You didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in the matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you? Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course! But what if, and I say what if I did multiple tugs? In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. So it's Lawrence Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. What, did they fans translate his name to Maelstrom? Is that why I'm like thrown off? I don't know anymore. I'm not gonna be here for 2 more hours, by the way. I want to be free. I love this game. I want to be fucking free, yo. Hi! Why are you here? So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikatoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikatoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. Arch Vortex is the original Japanese. Oh. You summoned the strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, while it's in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelation about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikatoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint von Zeeks. Oh my gosh. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believed. Yes. I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. A secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord von Zeeks' autopsy would have never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced it would reveal the decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murder was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately about what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Which means if we screw up and he doesn't like what he's hearing, hold that thought. I need to go check my binder. I really need to not do streams on a Friday. I don't have it. Screw you. Screw you. Anyways. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. That's not what it says at all, is it? Okay, no, it says a stab wound, but it never specified a Western. There was no other sign of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim, as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikitoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swearing it in testimony. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely? With the tip of a sword at his throat? The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there is nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Seeks' death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. She has her fucking knives just right there. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. So what I'm hearing is I need to save. I don't know how true that is, and I don't want to find out. What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asuki. My father's ring? Was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand. Do you mean his ring finger? I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested a man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? Here it is, a bit dusty from years in stores. Good gracious! Yes, that's it! I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Ah, well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory. The removal of historic evidence from the storerooms requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. So we are going to immediately... What does sort of ring normally seen in Japan? They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. We're just gonna... This is like a really pretty ring. These fat claws are doing a good job protecting an equally fat gemstone in the middle of the ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding! The claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle. Not as clumsy as me, would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Okay, so that's just proof that he couldn't swallow it, I guess? You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Objection.
Excuse me? The last statement? Yeah. Shut your face. Shut your face. Shit. I'm a little confused. Oh, this.
Objection.
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right, as I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson has requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring is in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asagi. And he produced it during the procedure pertaining to have found it in there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection.
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual is noted internally. So I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size will require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to the size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. And there you arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. And why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! This is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikatoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size, with the sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus. Torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikatoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. Now, no, let me say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. The argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We opened up the dead to find the truth. Beg your pardon? But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up, with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Gory, it looks as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I had of Genshin Asagi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? So what do you remember about the ring, sir? Oh, yeah, that is the ring right there. Blood was seeping from his left hand. Oh, wait. It was on the ring finger of his left hand he used to wear that ring. Are you saying... I've always believed that Stugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. As I'm over here dying. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You mean that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
Oh, he angry. Oh, he very angry. You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? See you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself on this alleged fabrication of the autopsy report results. So much that you apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that you be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asaki not have disputed the findings in this trial? In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Von Zeeks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted the responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. Mr. Asaki did nothing to oppose the charges against him then. That would surely mean that there is no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Professor Asaki. Or Prosecutor Asaki. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asaki's silence at his hearing can only mean one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Is that Sholmes? Okay, I was about to say. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Council? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole, I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there is no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy has been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show that there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could it have been a part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. You're funny. Shit. It's not his will, is it?
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asaki's silence during this trial resulted in his conviction, but it didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he's been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have viewed a dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was planned prior to the inmate's incarceration. Prior to the incarceration? In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asaki and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go. Oh shit! I skipped that. I would go further than that. In fact, I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asaki could be explained in no other way. Order, order! First fabricated evidence and now jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. Prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who could testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Governor Caden? And the poor chief warder of the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce, to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pat at times, but I can assure you that he is extremely thorough. He worried both Barclay and the local prison area, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. He is so pissed. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest out once and for all. Jones is playing the long game, which is now in the end game. I wonder how good he'd be at chess. Probably not at all. Would the new witnesses state their name and occupations for the court, please? I, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits. You're out of persona if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called Professor 10 years ago. Losh, the Professor? We've already been through all this before, a decade ago! And the conclusion was that there wasn't any untoward happened. Accents are hard, yo. Hello, not to me. How are you doing? A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward. Well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asaki out of the prison, then of course, the consequences will be very severe. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gads, hold on there, laddie. Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asaki, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimonies. Tell the court everything you know about the plot to break Asagi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Must they? Why can't I fucking type? Hang on, I have to reply to this. Also, there is a notification that I desperately want to see, and I can't until the end of the stream. And it makes me really sad. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder Vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asaki right up until the end of his, the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was a jailbreak plot? Aye, and that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't ken that. You saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about the professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. See. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going between Mr. Asagi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asagi's admitting the crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh! Yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. Clandestine. Everything fucking sucks here. Everything sucks. You suck. It's all terrible. It's a terrible time. Can you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I cannot even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with speculation. Oh my! What are these words he's putting? Huh? My man's just putting in letters upon letters, and it's driving me fucking bonkers, yo. I don't want to be here. Do I have to play this game? Can I just leave? Do I have to be here? Can I just go back to like other stuff and not have to deal with this bullcrap? Also, that gave me no information. You suck. I hate you.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? The poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I'm not the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who had been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved. Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Hold it!
But you already acknowledged that the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may, I did not ken nothing about it. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I can that much, I do. And I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. Man was still killed illegally, even if he was condemned. Even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit of murder. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genja Natsuki was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only... Personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you? He's saluting now? What is it? Some kind of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asaki in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? Make the man admit to the crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all of the chicaneries of an escape? Huh? Yes, that's quite true! If whoever negotiated with Atsuki never intended to keep his or her end as a bargain, it would have been far more simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went down in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there's a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation... If you believe there has been some kind of negotiation behind the scene, or behind the jailbreak, between Natsuki and the body at top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have. By amending your formal testimony. Cats. Aye, go on then. Seems to me that the Japanese fellow didn't have nothing to bargain with. Do you mean...
Objection!
Oh shit. I was really hoping I could just wing it. What? They already have his ring. That was the only reason. Oh. Hold on. Unless he gave them the ring, which I don't think they would have.
Objection.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You exhibit a fundamental inconsistency. I was just hoping I didn't need to press this guy. But I think I have to press this guy. Oh, that's not the right button. Well, I mean, I might as well check.
Objection.
Oh! I'm like, this is the only other thing I can think of off the top of my head. Your motto is so expressive, thanks. I promise you, half of this is intentional, half of it is not. Confession under oath to murders you didn't commit on a verbal assurance of English is so freaking stupid. Later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asagi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. And now I'm taking a risky gamble without water. Oh, well. There's nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asagi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Havers, the fellow couldn't possibly have had anything like that. But you know he did, Governor. The Asagi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asagi. It turns out that Mr. Asagi was hiding his will in the cell of Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya, you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep it a secret? You can't touch me now. Please don't kill him. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asagi pleaded with the warder. Weapon? And after the convict has been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asagi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Huh? Would I be right in saying you knew? You knew that the so-called Asagi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. Jinx, what the blazes are you blathering about? The will is found, right and proper. In the fellow's cell where I said it would be. Noodle hands. But how could that be? We're in his cell. We all searched the place, from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, man, you peely-wally galoot. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before, did I not, young lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The last will and testament of Genshin Asagi." Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there is an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asagi described this document as the only weapon he has left. And yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? as has clearly been demonstrated already. What went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken. What? No! I definitely heard him say that. I swear! Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Osaki papers. A waste of time. If the will is fake, where's the real document?
Objection.
This individual was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious Jesus Christ, you guys are fast. What did you just say? Fine. Testify. 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 It would seem that few vocal here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Osaki and kept a watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in the cell. We turned the cell inside out to look for it after the execution, but to no avail. Only found out about the Osaki papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robes that was left in his cell. Kimono, I think it's called. Did he fold it in the origami style? In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all of his clothes. It can't be true. Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar once, eh? Ya wee waffinger? Huh. There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than that hold you'd like to take on my caveat, of course. I don't know why the fuck this is so funny. Visual's magic. He's doing this. Are you gonna give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? There you go. Oh my god. Little and large. What a double act. We complied with Dasaki's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland, the most notorious killer our country's ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. You cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord! Not related to this game, but since you like J games, or Japanese games, please play Touhou on stream if you can. I would like to. I am really, really bad at Touhou. I am terribly bad at it because there's just so many bullets on screen. Oh, okay, let me reiterate this. I can't do it at I think at a higher difficulty than easy. I'm pretty sure I tried it on normal and it did not end well for me. Also, if I play it, she was gonna judge me heavily because apparently he plays those kinds of games. But no, unfortunately, I'm not very good at Toho. I have played it a few times.
Hold it!
Was he folding it in origami? Because that was my first thought. And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the Bampot, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was. Yeah? Didn't you just freaking arrest him or lay him off? I can see that the man has a noble spirit. I found myself willing to treat him accordingly. But according to what you just told us 2 days ago, the convict has been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. So, when exactly was the will penned? Blood? That was before the man was reprimanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant officers. I personally instructed Osuki to make a will for the benefit of his family at his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Oh, well. The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? A prison governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was explained. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery then. Well, the thing about that will.
Hold it!
Mr. Osuki's kimono? Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Karma, the famous sword of the Osuki clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt that, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget being the soul of the clan. Could the man have a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms all the time, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He could never hurt anyone with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see? Dr. Mikotobo was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it. But I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms.
Excuse me.
Earthworms. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir! What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less explaining and more explaining would be helpful. Is this something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly. Or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supply his testimony. With this, possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. The document was written in scarlet ink, perhaps I'm mistaken.
Objection.
Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Heavens again! You have no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that bothers me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. I don't know why that's funny. My brother was a well-bred, fastidious man. Shit. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint von Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubling me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint von Zeeks was writing moments before his death? Then, it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil! Sir! When you spotted Mr. Asagi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as followed, were they not? Last will and testament. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asagi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the victim with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asagi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks. What?
Objection.
This is madness! My brother's last will and testament. That would mean he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No. Impossible. This is utterly out of the question. Lord Von Zieks. Lent was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done. Until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene.
Objection.
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asagi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstance whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers to be enacted that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Would it be... Would it be the identity of the professor? Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to as seen. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to have seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection.
No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you just say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asagi had in his possession was that of Lord Clinton Van Zieks. All the testimony evidence present to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. The reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned criminal. Killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's why you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken, Mrs. Otto. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asagi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Von Zieks was in fact... It's either a report or an accusation. I was really hoping I was wrong. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe I believe that what Lord Clint von Seeks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor. And his true identity.
Objection!
This is gonna kill me. Enough, Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord von Seeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asagi at all. No. You can't be suggesting... It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint von Seeks himself! We're just like, what the fuck is this guy screaming about? Oh god. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The great von Seeks family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint von Seeks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital. But he was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of atrocious, vicious natures? If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be, God, stop speeding it up! My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord von Seeks. I wondered though, did he never suspect? Mr. Narhoda? Lord Beric von Seeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order! Order! Order in the court! Lord von Seeks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Bum. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornament, capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my, you know it? The insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There could be no doubt then. The collar you've described was Balmung's. The family insignia of Lord Clint von Seeks' widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. So we know the dog was used for hunting. It could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So, is it true then? Clint von Seeks really was a professor. Impossible! These Japanese are making it all to exhort their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of noble and royals was the noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That though a nominee remained, the diabolical murder was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint von Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shades were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crimes, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint von Zieks made it his mission to combat the darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually, he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed. By a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genjin Asaki, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point! That's why none of you British can see it! He's using his noble status as a diversion while he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definite as yet. He keeps an enormous savage hound at the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto the base onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asaki's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks manor on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint von Zieks perished. Don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did. He made the late Lord von Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what happened. And? What about the will? Asaki must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard a secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father! I did what was needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. And it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson? Obviously. He opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that! There's no question that it was Atsuki who murdered Lord Von Zeeks. The house staff has made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was a Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Why me? So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genjin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. And then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asuka was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, being behind the scenes, he had actually struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asugi. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asugi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make it in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asugi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document real and a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Asugi? Kazuma. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider the possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. the mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Male Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Beric von Zeeks? The spirit of your late brother, the paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What reason? I knew that you played the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who have cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you're exalted as the demigod of the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young prodigy after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Scythe? So, what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say it in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Lord Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyway. If it was all in the aid of keeping London safe, there is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from it. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord von Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I'd never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At the time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. That made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once. Not more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. You have any evidence to support the idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Von Zieks nor Genshin Asagi still walk this earth. However much we debate this now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acts as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asagi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned on black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is... Wait. Oh, you done fucked up. Oh, you done fucked up. The wretched truth of what happened exactly is exactly as I've explained. You done fucked up. Let me press. Let me press that. Later today, I'll present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned. Let me present. You loser! Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this court moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all it did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Von Zieks and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. It was Lord Strongheart. I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem. Let me freaking show the contradiction, you son of a bitch. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has the right to pursue the explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradictory? With what piece of evidence?
Take that!
This here is the will left behind Mr. Asagi. The 2-page will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. Trifle? Governor Caden. What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese men penned his last will and testament. I was there for sure. I remember the black worm-like scrawls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 were the actual will, though. If my mind corrected, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we record only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page, ought to be sent. Ought to not be sent.
Objection.
How dare you make that decision? I had the right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for mentality. As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me now. My father's message! It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial's over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asaki's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection.
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the contents of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir! Only, I shall point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read worm language. It's beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry. Hi! If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words in English for the court. Father! You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. The darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem? Twist thy head? Father, what is Karma? The name of the Yasuki clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. You mean the one that I was trying to fucking investigate and you guys wouldn't let me? The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Can I investigate it now, or is it a forced... Hang on. No, shut your face. Shut your face. Shut your face. Shut your face. Shut your whore-ass face. Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion? I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh. I once studied the history and development of katana some time ago. And I'm sure you're probably aware the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira? Mr. Asaki's word really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think... Look what's inside! Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end! Clint von Zeeks. And the date? 10 years ago, on that fateful night! So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks! Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. So, I'm gonna read this. No one can stop me. I'm gonna read this. I can't read it! You suck! You suck! No more looking, let's go now. See ya, nerd. Don't buy any jeans. I buy jeans! You can go piss right off. I'm gonna buy you all the jeans I want. Also, I'm sorry for ignoring you. I don't know. This has been so much talking. I don't know if I have an Oshi in this game. I have a bunch of favorite characters. I don't know if I have like a clear Oshi. Or rather, I don't think I can remember a clear Oshi because it's been a while since I played all these games. Anyways, all these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of the court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I've been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint von Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. Whether he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal facilities.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appeared to have been lost forever. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard your state-timed and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime in the capital as seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your own ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Or Strongheart. What exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikatoba. Were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to prove. What? Don't be absurd! There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour. That had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you... Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that!
There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sir. But in case it escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right. It was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible! That can't be! Everything that happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Oh, he's so pissed. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karma? Wait, what the Wait! Hold on. I have another question. Why do you have the sword? I know it's presented as evidence, but why do you have it? I thought it would still stay with Katsuma, but okay. The ultimate weapon Genshin Asagi attained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly looks official. My God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of the document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it!
Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What do you imply? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason? And not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. The divided monarch's will is treason. Like shit. Lord Vansix really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now! We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty. Well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you hope. You fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well then. No. For God's sakes. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asagi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint von Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the von Zieks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hear discourse. I will not hear discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me as one of them so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile adversary. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he deemed I killed. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes in the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Azuki who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know. Yes, Clint Von Zeeks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago. You claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up until now. It just didn't make sense to me. That the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Von Zeeks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man? The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Azuki. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you! It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jikoku. Judge Jikoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asaki's treatment after his repatriation. Jikoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Azuki escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Trubber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequent London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Blast. If people find the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jikoku. Shoot Azuki at once! He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go! What are you talking about? You had an agreement! You promised him he could return to Japan! everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever! Come on, Jikoku! Do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! Jikoku shot Asagi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close the blood sprayed over his clothes. Or coat. He fled as fast as his legs could carry him. Then Jikoku and I put Asagi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asagi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. It was Jikoku, your Japanese acquaintance who killed Asagi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push comes to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jikoku left the courtroom earlier. He said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jikoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme. I couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint von Seeks from dishonor and his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you have killed as well. Setting the defendant up as a reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Von Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court while enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hand through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asagi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you try to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you! You little... And will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for the Queen and the country? I'm tired of that excuse. You've constantly twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk about justice again. Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. Fraud. Keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it, done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very, very rashly indeed.
Objection.
You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you all also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence of a fabricated scapegoat trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. The general public of Britain knew the truth. All faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All of these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings, in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords and ladies and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain the law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years have done wonders for the crime rate. By fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Oh my god. Ah! Are you hearing this? It's the will of the British judiciary? For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect a man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Yunosuke. It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left for me to open. Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But, Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. I was wondering if we were gonna use this.
Take that!
Oh my! Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. You've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. No doubt that Mr. Sholmes have already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take the center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave! Alright, here goes! Heave! Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here. Mr. Naruhodo, he's... Hi! It's Mr. Sholmes! I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. Well, what the? We can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just go right there. I fucking hate this guy, yo. I hate him so much. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted into electrical signal and transmit instantly to another place. Wait, sounds are transmitted so could not images keep them company unused? Iris and I did some modest experimentations to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description! And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once! Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me. You, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have had a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was waiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Mrs. Otto? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Holmes? Is Iris with you there? Ah, well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea with Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire. What? What? What on earth is all this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order. Order in the court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen? It can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivable, distasteful trickery by a third-rated detective, that's all. Unfortunately, distasteful trickery, what an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything. Start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematography. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with the talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean. Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume that there would be no objection, after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspice of Her Majesty, as you know. You! I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No! I was merely... Oh, so sorry to keep you waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris! There you are. In fact, I have a little message from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by a jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal! Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! Oh my god, his eyes are bloodshot. Oh. More guilt. More guilt. It's not gonna fall on him, is it? Oh. That's not how that works. That is not how it works. That is not how a scale falls, mind you. I don't know who'd be willing to defend Strongheart. He might have to defend himself, but I'm sure Brayrock and Kazuma are chomping at the bits to prosecute him. Lord Clint von Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asaki's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. Searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to attain the will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asaki's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere in his person. Despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Von Zieks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Varric, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for the understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Atsuki is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that the document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution to my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Von Zieks. Clint. Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Jukoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I liked everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you have killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You're very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the preceding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. Ah! Hi! May I suggest, therefore, we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? My lord! As a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted the justice in our land in these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimidations. If British justice, so warped and twisted over his long history, was finally to no change, this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstance of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for the countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord Von Zeeks! When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I met. My best friend, Kazuma Asagi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever patient judicial assistant, Mrs. Zato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Von Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief! I am well aware that without all of these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I have lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually, it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Baron Von Zeeks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Baron Von Zeeks. I'm finally free! I'm finally free! What the fuck is this game? I'm finally free, yo. That is all. Court is adjourned. Just get me out of here. I don't know what the fuck just happened. I knew Strongheart was gonna be the final villain just because he had such a very intimidating figure and face. And I honestly was about to give him the benefit of the doubt when it mentioned that Clint was the killer and Maelstrom was trying to hide it, I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, even though it was like, no, I don't think that's it. I think we had like 5 switcheroos. I did not expect Jigoku to have any illegal part in this, though. That threw me off a lot. It really is all over. Did I sacrifice too much? It's a Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side, though. Through it all, Mrs. Zato. Your kind words mean so much to me. It really was a very splendid show, that Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Von Zeke's smiling face, everything will seem so much better. Mrs. Zato? Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear. I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you have risen to the level of excellence you've demonstrated today. Well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a new, steadfast eye for the truth has what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You may find work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. Kazuma. Mrs. Zato? There's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Von Zeke's. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should be apologizing. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps. I made an unforgettable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. They're like 2 peas in a pod. Your words mean more to me than you can know. I will hold them dear. Osama-sama? Must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Von Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. It's a case of fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He's agreed to honor my final 2. Oh, the second wish! Fuck, what is it? think the second of his final wishes had been. That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agreed to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once in secret and tell no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way. She's with child. The birth is imminent. Iris? As a medicine man, I'd like you to tend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. As a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew. As his dying wish. My goodness. Swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you the same favor. The only person I know I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something happened to you? Tomorrow night, you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. Alright, then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once. With Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Yujin. Right. I see. Very well, then. That very night, I caught the train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound laid to sleep in the grounds. Oh, she's pretty. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of the darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanely possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life was in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I cared to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem of the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean, the woman was the wife of Lord Clint von Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? It's completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. The only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Ziek's family as much as possible. I don't believe this. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really, all it can be said that I did this for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris. I had no idea. Ouch! Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? Oh, the bunny! This little thing just pinched me hard on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard! Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson for you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief's injustice would require such measures. Bruno! Susie! Oh, Iris! Oh, I'm so pleased! What a wonderful outcome! Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious! Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. What? I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. No, really? Oh, poo. But, I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget it. Bye for now, then. Alright, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ouch! One final pinch of goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Von Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Bye. Wait! Lord Von Zieks! Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. Though as soon as I'm free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon? For the past 10 years, you've endured the pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrupt, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I've waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Asuki. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Hmm? Well, I think we should make our way back to the Baker Street. You must help Iris with tonight's dinner. He must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Shit, that's right! I forgot about that this entire time! I'm home! Hi! About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Odo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, isn't it? It gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. Oh, hi. I assure you it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. The world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tales of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway has concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, hmm? Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes? What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mrs. Sato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato look so happy in a very long time. Ah, Bruno! There you are! Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots! Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep. I'm losing me coppers, clover, and going back to what I know best. Is a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. Anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know. Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch. The crown's been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievement at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it's measured every second of the man's remarkable career. Now, it stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yay! Yes, Jenny. Yes, he was. Oh yeah. And I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh! Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming. Oh, she's the only one that doesn't know. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well, I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Huh? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Runo, Professor Mickey. Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe me no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley? With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. I'm gonna cry. I think, Mikatoba. Yes, Sholmes. I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during the time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say that. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh well, the food would go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley. You sure a week is long enough, Iris? Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences while I've lived here. But I think now, the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Hi. Oh, Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Or Clint Von Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all. Or Clint Von Zeek's final wish before he died, you mean? Yes. I'd had to take some rather drastic steps at the time to protect a secret, you know? Following Sato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Saseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. I stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decide to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you have made the connection to Von Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Suzato knew of the unpublished story as well. A story that Iris has written based on my notes from the time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around his neck. Armed with those two clues, I fear you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in the aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood. It's why Susato-san came across the manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound the Baskerville story, I mean. Dom sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she's become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside of me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. Path of a defense lawyer, huh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. It's a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be another opportunities in the future. Well then, I bid you good night. Hi. Suzato-san. I just want to let you know that I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did. Yes, I couldn't help but... Oh! How much did you hear? Well... from the part about Iris' real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted with you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you've already gone out. Oh, no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you decided, Naruhodo-san. You did? Suzato-san? Yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be of great help to Cosma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Cosmo's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes. You're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or locum should be ashamed of themselves. Suzato-san. Thank you. Can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Bruno? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but It was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Hi.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
I'm not tearing up, you're tearing up. I'm not crying, you're crying. Also, my eyes itchy.
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on, I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes, I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Runosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. but Sholmes' face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Oh, it's finally over! Oh my god, that was so long. Whew. I like this game. I like this game a lot. I might have cried a little. Just a little bit. I'm so sad! Remote cinematograph. When the parade for electric goods and one of the promised close court secrecy. Anyways, it's sudden absence from London is in order. A sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. I stand by the fact that this is still probably one of my favorite Ace Attorney games, even though I have had a lot of problems with some of these cases. That's beside the point. It also has a lot of my favorite characters, and I kind of wish we would have like another great Ace Attorney, but I think that was already debunked that we'll probably not have it. We're still trying to figure out if we're having Ace Attorney 7? Hold on. Yeah, we're trying to figure out if we're having Ace Attorney 7 still. We're praying that we're having Ace Attorney 7. A little bit. You say it was a little bit. I promise. It was actually just a little bit. Von Zeeks. Von Zeeks is still one of my favorite prosecutors. I think there's only 2 other prosecutors that I really enjoy, aside from him. And that's from the Professor Layton, Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton. And I think it was specifically Dual Destinies. I was trying to figure out if I really enjoyed Gavin. I kind of do, but I think I like Simon a lot more. Toby! I'm gonna tell you right now though, even though I got spoiled by a few things, I am glad I did not get heavily spoiled. Cause I only knew of certain things, and I never knew past that. And that as long as I didn't get spoiled by that, I think that was the greatest thing it could have been. That what the fuck happened in this entire 2K deal? What the hell happened in this game, yo? I'm gonna go pass out and enjoy it. What time is it even? Thanks for stopping by, Azzy. It is 1 o'clock! It's 1 o'clock. Oh, I'm still so sad about Gregson. Dude, that's not the upsetting fellow you think I am. Might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. Reminded me I need to be true to myself. One more job to take over before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then gotta complete your education in the art of detection a la Gregson, as they say. Oh, you're gonna break my heart, yo. Don't do this to me. I'm trying not to sneeze right now. Oh god, why are you here? Oh my god. Ah! Look at all the cats! Look at all the cats! Oh my god, Hosonaga. Gregson is the only Ace Attorney character with posthumous words during the credits. I'm so sad, yo. Oh, there's Mama. Not a corpse yet, am I? Oh, look at them. That's so sweet. Eventually I'll probably play the other Ace Attorney games on stream. I already know what happens in them because I've either watched or played them myself. But I know some of my friends don't know about it, and I'm like, you know what? If they're not gonna play it, I can show it to them. But that's not gonna be for quite a while because this has freaking worn me out so much. But I'm glad I got to play it though. Visual novels are a trying time, yo. Especially when you want to say all the words and do all the little voice acting. I still love the music in this game, especially. I'm so sad I don't get to hear it anymore. Ironically enough, I think one of my favorite soundtracks in this in the second game is the soundtrack that plays when Vigil was trying to remember a lot of his memories. I don't know what it was, something about that I really liked about it. Yeah, it was a fun game. Will we get Ace Attorney 7? Is there any rumors about Ace Attorney 7? I actually want to go look it up. Hang on. Ace Attorney 7. Oh my god, why are you guys in here? Why are you all in the same jail cell? So it's a rumor. It is a rumor of like, it's gonna happen. On the basis that apparently it's one of the 3 IPs that Capcom has explicitly stated that they wanted to grow. And the Phoenix Wright fan game, Phoenix Wright AA Ace Attorney, The Return of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Episode 3 is a TGA one, including multiple witnesses at once. There's a fan game? Why the fuck did I not think there was gonna be fan games of this stupid thing? I should consider doing that if I ever want to do a visual novel, but not know what the heck's going on. I'm gonna tell you right now, if and when I ever do Ace Attorney, like the first 3 Ace Attorney games, it's gonna be god awful. I am going to mess it up so badly because, like I said, I've watched the gameplay of that. I have not experienced it. I have not experienced it myself, and my memory is a little weird. Of like, sometimes I'll remember a lot of crap, and then sometimes I won't remember any of them because my brain just purposely erases it from my head. And it's usually in the cases when I don't actually play it myself that it doesn't fixate as well. I found that out, I think, when I did try to play the first game. Even though I technically knew what happened, I literally could not remember where to put down the evidence. It was actually pretty bad. But yeah, this was a good game. I am finally free of this game. I can go scream in Nate's DMs. Every other time when I did mention it to him, he would just freaking cackle. Oh, look at it. It's so sweet. Oh, but yeah, this game has a lot of my favorite characters. And like I said, I can understand why some people don't like this game, compared to the other games for a variety of reasons. Aside from, you know, like the obvious, olden time tropes and whatnot, I think it was mostly just because it felt a lot more rough and unpolished and a little bit, like, it felt, for some people, they actually think of it as, like, not a great Ace Attorney game in the cases, and, like, I can kind of agree with that for some of the cases. But it still has its moments, and I still enjoyed it. You can get the hell out of here, though, sir. Get out of here. Shoot. I don't need you. I don't need you at all. The Ace Attorney subreddit, many say the most likely time to be announced is at the Tokyo Game Show. Oh, I thought the Tokyo Game Show already fucking happened. I don't know why I keep mistaking it happening in summertime. Like in August time. Ace Attorney. We need more Ace Attorney games. We need more Ace Attorney games. Freaking Shan Spear. Now, yeah, all of the characters are great in this game. All the characters in Ace Attorney is just a great time. It makes me, like, since I've only played it in English, it always makes me wonder their names and their personalities in Japanese. Look at it. Look at our friends walking along with us. But yeah, I'm probably gonna take a little bit of a break from doing visual novel games. Mostly because it's just a lot of talking, and if I'm really into it, I can definitely stream it for like, 4 or 5 hours, but I'm like literally shot dead afterwards. Yeah, if you haven't played any of the Ace Attorney games, you should give it a try. Technically they're in like trios, like the stories are slightly connected with each other. But I think you could just play them however you want, really. I say slightly, it's not that slightly, but I'd say slightly. Gregson! I'm so sad about Gregson, yo. I did not take Mikotoba to be a tap dancer. I'm really glad I did not get spoiled about Mikotoba's connection with, Holmes. You, sir! I did not expect you at all. And I did have... This one was just kind of like a hearsay. Aside from Wilson, I kept on looking at ours and like, it would have been kind of nice if she was related to Von Zieks in a way. I didn't think that was gonna be true. The original dance of deduction. Hi, Kazuma. Look at them. Look at our boys. Look at our boys. But yeah, at some point, like, it'll take a bit of time, but I'm definitely gonna go through each of the Ace Attorney games. But I really, really want to get through Ace Attorney versus Professor Layton. Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton, because that's actually one of my favorite games. Which, by the way, I need to take some time to go fix my Layton save file, because I restarted my computer and never linked an account, so I have to try to see if I can do all of those puzzles all over again and catch up. Which I kinda don't want to right now, so which is why I haven't been doing it. But I'll catch up eventually. Hey. Look at them. Look at them. Finished. Finished. I can finally hide this game away for forevermore. I never have to stare at this thing again. Oh, that's a really pretty background. Don't do this to me. This is so sweet. Yep, and there it is. What happens if I hit continue? Oh, just okay, yeah, that's about what I expected. Does she? Oh no, wait, am I not done? Hold on, I just remembered something. I mean, I am and I'm not. These are these just little cutscenes? They're not like actual games, right? Like, I don't have to do like a tiny mini court session or a little deduction or anything. These are just little mini episodes, right? Please say yes. If you don't say yes, I'm going to be really sad. I hope it is. The escapade takes place in the Old Bailey courtroom where the defendant none other than Mr. Sholmes himself in the charges of the most mysterious murder. Ryunosuke naturally advocates for the defense against the unflappable Reaper, Lord Von Zeeks, but Sholmes' testimony calls the true culprit of the crime in question. What the hell? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna look it up. Ace Attorney escapades. Eight short slice of life mini episodes featured in a great. Runs for about 15 minutes and focuses on character interactions, humor, and world building. Oh god. Okay, so they're not. I don't have to do like a mini chart or anything. That's about what I expected. But I really do want to see that because I'm really curious about this one. I don't know. I might. I don't know if I would do a stream for this because like if these are all 15 minutes each, it's just literally me just reenacting their voices and that's about it. So I don't know. We might tack this in as an extra thing in the future, but like for now, I wouldn't hold my breath on it. I still haven't done the stuff for Raincode. I still haven't played the DLC for Raincode. I don't think I bought the DLC for Raincode. Oh yeah. So we have the little extra outfits. You can make them steampunk. Oh, I could have done the cutscenes with them with this. But would have felt really unnatural. It would have felt like super unnatural. I will say this this outfit for Ryunosuke is actually really cool. And it has a little mouse on it. Actually, how many medals are there? Oh my god, that's actually quite a lot. Completion of all the escapade episodes. Playing the game in all available outfits. About shovels and spades? Ladders and step ladders? Oh, this is also silly. I am not gonna sit here trying to get every advancement because that requires me to play through the game again. Yeah, this was a good game. I still think this is one of my favorite games. I enjoyed it, and I am free from it. Oh my god, I am free! Sweet freedom! Ugh. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, with that said, that is all for today. We're not gonna have Criterion tomorrow because Matt's gonna be heckin' dead. I'm gonna leave a message for Leon. I don't know if he's gonna be alive. Hello? As for what we're gonna do now, actually, I'm gonna go fucking check my YouTube. Because I actually have quite a few games in backlog. Like, you know, Xenoblade X. Which I'm hoping I can get back to at some point in my future. I know I have Xenoblade 2 to kind of fill it up at any point, but there's only so much I can do when I'm just going through 100%, yo. What else do I have? I need to catch up on Ace Attorney. That's gonna take a long-ass while. I need to find time for Mythos and I to not be dead, so we can play through Baldur's Gate. we only have the one episode. I could go back to Pocopia, but I'm too distracted by everything else to get back in the mood of a life sim game. Leighton already said I have to catch up on, which is gonna take me a while and a half. Harbor Warriors haven't had the need for hack and slash yet. I could just go back for a little bit on Oracle game. Oh, but I don't want to have to juggle with two 100% games, so maybe not. I'll come back to it at some point. Shootin'. I'm not doing Raincode. I should do Raincode. I'm not doing Raincode though, because I literally just got off a very long mystery murder game. Even though I don't think the DLC was that long. I'll figure it out. I'll figure out what I can do for multi-streaming. But until further notice, we'll just kind of wing it, like I always do. You must be tired. I am tired! I am tired and sad and happy and sad. And I am gonna be dead tomorrow because my throat's probably gonna die. But yeah. So that'll be it. I don't know if I'll be able to figure out what I'm gonna multi-stream next week. But when I do, and if it's not Xenoblade, we'll freaking wing it. I don't know. But yeah, that'll be it. If I don't hang out with Leon tomorrow, and if we are hanging out, it's either like a fighting game or Dokapon Kingdom, I don't know which. If I'm not hanging out with Leon, we might do in our stream, but I don't know what I'm gonna fucking stream, so yeah. That's it for me. Y'all have a good night. Take care. I will see you guys later. Bye!